Hello, hello, hello. How we doing, boys and girls? Good mornings. Good morning, good mornings. Right, let's see if we can get stuff up and running. My Stream Deck software died on me earlier. I tried to reset it, but it seems to have like about 4 seconds lag. I press a button and nothing happens for ages. I'm not entirely sure why, but let's see if it's let's see if we can keep the technical issues to a minimum. Hope we're all well though, boys and girls. Oh my gold, some of my accounts are out of time. We're going to have to buy some tokens first thing this morning. Oh, it's going to be expensive. It's going to be expensive. Nothing like a schedule and coffee in the morning. Golden's my man, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Cheerleader, good morning, good morning. It's a reset day. There's usually plenty to do on a reset day. That said, it's kind of it kind of feels quiet at the moment. It does kind of feel as if season 2 is going on for a long time. We don't have 11.1.7 yet. We have no announcement for 11.2 even, meaning that the entire process is going to be it's going to be a while. It's going to be a while before we get anything particularly new. So time to keep ourselves busy. Why is it saying that we do not have... Do I not have tokens on this dude already? Hang on, let me log into this dude and buy a token real fast. Is it going to let me? Is it going to let me? Is it going to let me buy a token? Game's free to play until level 20. It should let me in at least. That's 1 account. 2 accounts, 3 accounts, 4 accounts that are all without game time. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is this? I've never seen this splash screen before. I'm trying to game. Oh, is it not going to let feature? Oh, I'm not even able to use the auction house. Why did it not give me the option to just buy a token with all the gold? Why is it let me do this? Why is this not an option? You can use the resubscribe button now. Oh, there we go. See, the reason I don't like pressing this button, though, there's a reason I don't like pressing this button, and it's that it then takes gold from all of your characters evenly, and it messes up all of my gold tracking. So actually, what we do is we log on to this dude that does have game time and does have... access to funds, and we'll just buy a bunch of tokens on this dude. 6 out of 8 mythic. Woof. 4 to 5 more weeks we'll get cutting it. Nice one, Jack. Nice one. How's progress feeling? What are you, like 2-3 days a week? What are you up to? I've literally never been able to keep up with any form of raid schedule. I'm not great with the schedule, full stop. But keeping to a raid schedule historically was always very difficult for me. How will you get the token to the other character? Oh, you don't need to. As long as they're in your bags somewhere on your account, the game knows where they are. So, for example, we can then long boy up. We can't long boy up. We need some gold first. Please hold. Warbank. What do we need? Like 4 tokens or something? Should we just take 2 mil out? Long boy up. One. Hello, game. Not a good time for the button not to work. What? Come on, game! Don't do this to me. Right, 1. What's going on? Anyway, that's one. That's the start. So now you can see, if we might need to log out, and log into this account. Now, if we load that account back up, it will basically say, you have a token. Would you like to use it? Yeah, 100 mil is the cap for the war bank. Any more than that, you're going to have to figure out where to store it. So now you can see, boom, use token. It just knows there's a token somewhere on my account, and it will claim it. And we go, yes, please. It will usually log you out, and you have to log back in. But then that game will have a count, and as you can see here, now the token's gone. Just magically takes it. Who would have thought, right, that they can have a really fluid, perfectly executed system when there's money involved? But the currency transfer tab is broken every week. And it won't let me buy any more tokens. What's going on? Why are all these... What's gone on with all of my add-ons? Why is it put 7 million add-ons... Switch 7 million add-ons on all of a sudden today? Hello, Blizzard?
The cartels are always hiring temp workers to pick up odd jobs.
Somebody's got real funky. How many tokens have you bought this week? I know there's a limit to how many you can buy a week. Oh, no. I only ever really buy tokens when I need game time. It's just the game being stupid. What's it done with all of this? Why is it messed up all of this list? Why is all of this being rambled? Hello? Game? I should have alt F4'd that. Something had gone ludicrously wild with that. Why is my account being scrambled? Two days a week, 3 hours of raid. If we get close, we do an extra day of raiding. I mean, that seems about fair. I can see people working with that. Oh dear God. Why is you all the way down here? I hope it doesn't do this with all of my other accounts, because all of my characters are in a very carefully curated order that they need to not be screwed with. Oh, Lord. Technical issues today, boys and girls. Hang on. It's going to take me... Oh, I've got 3 more accounts I need to load up, but I need to buy 3 more tokens before I can do it. The game needs to not be stupid. Well, you should be allowed to log in now, at least. Since I started a new account, mine has done exactly the same. It's weird. I don't know what's going on. Are you going to let me buy a token? Not enough gold? Oh, Lord have mercy.
Greetings. Goodbye.
Alright, there we go. There's 3 more tokens. Now, why is there only 2 in my bags? Smooth as silk today. Oh, Christ. Please give the other one. There we go. Whew. Got worried for a minute there. Right, there's 3 tokens in the bags. Now we should be able to turn these on and them not have a heart attack, because there's no... Let's do one at a time because they're going to need game time. Use token. Right, that one's good. Next. Not going to lie, when you start having to buy 5 tokens, it starts the that 2 million gold. We're now playing catch up again. We need we need some more mechanicas. Boy oh boy, do we need some more mechanicas. I'm not sure I like this playlist this morning. I might go back to the oldie faithful playlist. Right, you're happy. And as you can see, the tokens are disappearing up here when we use them. Why they can't implement whatever technology they use for these tokens for like just most items in the game, I don't know. That if one account consumes it, it just magically disappears on the other one. Look, watch, poof, gone. Just magically works, you know. Why can't they implement that same technology for like most items in the game? That would be like perfect warband magic right there if that was to be able to be done. Right, anyway, right, that's been an expensive morning. But we've finally got everybody logged on. As we are here, maybe we will do a quick little cancel scan on the Mechanica mounts before we go inevitably try to get some more. Sold a few random bits and pieces as well. So as you can see, it's not like Blizzard doesn't have the tech to do warband stuff properly, because they use it for the tokens, but they don't seem to have... Whoa, 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 why am I missing a mount? One, two, three, four, five, six. Wait, huh? Did I not... Oh. What's going on with asset advocators? What's going on with these things? Oh, people are trying to give them away. Yeah, I ain't competing with that silliness. I ain't going that low. You got to be crazy. Although the value of a Mechanicas dropped below 50k again. 47,000 gold. Am I the only one that has a spreadsheet of all my toons, their professions, and their weekly progress? Possibly. Possibly. Possibly, but probably not, no. we all do secretly. We all do, don't you worry. We all do. Let's take a little... In fact, curiosity is getting the better of me. Let's have a little bit of a look, actually, what's going on with some of these. I need... Why do I not have... Undermine.exchange. I need to go get my coffee. Why is this now not loading? Why is it only tagged? Wait, why is it only got... Oh, there we go. Right, yeah, there we go. That asset advocator is literally the cheapest in the entire EU. which is why I am, surprise, surprise, not bothering to undercut it, because it's just too cheap for me to entertain. I'm struggling to keep one of everything on the auction house as it is at the current prices. Never mind selling them off for cheap. But you can see now the region median price on the mounts is below 1.5 mil. But this is what's happening, right? I have a relatively strong suspicion that as more and more time goes on, more and more people are feeling relatively comfortable buying these cheap ones. But look at the quantity. The quantity isn't rising anymore. Kachak noticed this on his stream yesterday, that in the EU, the supply of this stuff is going down. For whatever reason, people have either got bored of doing the Mechanica farm or bored of trying to sell the pets and mounts or whatever, but the supply seems to pretty universally across the board be going down now. The trend was up and all up for a while, and then it's kind of plateaued for a few weeks, but now it actually seems to be going down. 92 asset advocators across the EU. 124 of the rockets, though. 120. Okay, the rockets seem to have actually just recently had an all-time. Oh no, that's just Draenor. Yeah, the rockets seem to have had a recent all-time peak in quantity. Ignore this sharp decline here. This is just the Undermine Exchange data going weird. But the price is slowly coming down on these, I suppose. But the region median price, the region average price is still sort of, 1.4, 1.5 mil. The sale average, though, what's the sale average on this thing? Sale average is only just over 1 mil. 1.1, 1.2. So they do sell when they get around that million gold price point. If you are trying to redistribute or you're trying to sell them on these, on any of these items have the chance of selling, but a very, very small chance, because somebody paying that amount, there's a good possibility they're going to come and find it from one of these cheaper places. Managed to flip a rocket yesterday, 900k, sold it for 1.9. You flipped a rocket in a day. You made a 24-hour flip on one of those things. Jesus. Cheeky sale for 1.9 mil. That must have been on one of these realms that just basically never has them for sale, and somebody saw it and were like, I'm not leaving it. I'm not leaving it to chance. Because whilst they are most places, they're still not everywhere. Look, there's still an awful lot of servers, medium and low population servers, where it's often been quite literally days since they've last seen one. That's where you can potentially chance it to throw one on, throw one on a server that's not seen one since the 6th of May. You might find some random dude on that server, checks his auction house and is just like, oh my God, buys it for 2 mil just because. I mean, the arbitrage options are there for sure. I mean, these are high population servers that haven't seen one for wow. Hellfire Korgal? Are they? I don't recognise those realms. Asset Advocator. There's only 92 of these. Sort of the supply of them has very much plateaued. And the price is kind of plateauing at the bottom as well. You haven't got this, it's kind of leveling out. That's kind of the point. What about the pets? Pets are still surprising to me. Only 71 Crimson Mechasaurs across the entire region. Look how many realms don't have a Crimson Mechasaur on them. And all apart from, surprise, surprise, my home realm of Draenor, where there's 6 of them, there's not really more than 1 or 2 on most realms. Look at the amount of places that don't have any and have basically never seen them. And this is a pet. Which is the one that costs 8? It's going to... Crimson Mechasaur costs 10, doesn't it? Blackwater Keg Mover is 5. Punch is 8. 68 of them across the whole EU. Same again, you can see the sort of the quantity was rising quite rapidly through most of April and most of May. But towards the end of May, the actual supply of them has, like, flatlined. Clearly a lot less interest in the Undermine, that's for sure. Anyway, early market research done. We need some coffee. Test of an expansion with new mats and their inflated prices. I wonder the crazy profit/loss margins on patron orders and if they'll be even worth doing. Well, Craft Sim will just tell you if the patron orders are profitable or not. I most days will do the stuff that makes a few pennies. I never do the patron orders that cost me anything. This way I am slowly but surely getting the knowledge points and stuff to fill out my professions, but it's not costing me anything to do other than the slight little bit of annoyance of having to do it daily because that's how the system works. Let me grab my coffee quickly, hang on. Actually, if we're going to be doing this for a few minutes, let's get these guys doing something. Finished the vision achievements and broke 49,000 points. Oh, wow. Nice. That's a lot of achievement points. I'm still sub 31,000, but I don't often even attempt to chase them these days. I've got an awful lot of transmutagen I need to break down. Maybe I do that right now. Rather than rather than breaking down more materials. We can pop one of you, the matter G. Let's break down these things. I don't have the Weaver buff. It's going to make this process slow. I should go get the Weaver buff. Hang on. Hang on, game. Hang on. I have the Weaver buff, but I need to go for the alts to get it. I need to go and say hi to the dude again. What the is this music this morning? I've got to fix this. Hang on. Hang on. There we go. Oh no, I need to abandon you. Take you. Do you. Ta-da! Magic. Weaver buff. If I remember correctly, I just need to do a reload on these dudes. And they should get it. No. Is it a log out, log in job? My jumper's actually on the chair behind. It was too hot this morning for that thing. It's been raining today. Like, been raining an awful lot. There we go, there's a Weaver buff. But it's still really quite warm. Right, let's get you processing through all of these. This makes the graph look interesting because it doesn't attach a cost to these. So this is like freebie. It's not freebie because the profit margins are based upon you processing those as well, but so don't get too distracted by the big numbers. Do we buff up? Let's just throw another one on. They can double stack. Right, are they cooking? Everybody's cooking. Lovely. Right, let's go do some, let's go get the patron orders and stuff done. Get the basic weekly quests done. Oh, technically I've got a vault that will have absolutely nothing interesting in it because there's nothing the vault can give me that I need. We did some delves yesterday to make sure that happens. What's this game hacks? I don't know. If you pick up the Eyes of the Weaver quest and just keep it in the quest log, then the buff will always be on. Oh, okay. Well, I often do because I never bother to do this. But I don't. My main account always keeps the buff, but the other accounts not so much. Oh, maybe I need to go and actually get the quest natively on these dudes as well. Now that they're 80, that should probably be the play. I should just go get the quest. Yeah, I'm with you now. Yeah, that makes sense actually. Is it shareable? No, I'll have to go get it manually. Yeah, that's a good call actually. I'm with you. Right, we're going to have any goodies in here today. Anything of any value. Couple of bits and bobs. Not doing you, not doing you. What are you, Artists of Security? Not doing you either. I've cleaned out my war bank now. Oh shit, my war bank is on the wrong account. Or whatever. I cleaned out my war bank yesterday. I haven't sold all the materials because it's not really the time to sell all of the materials, to be honest. I'd probably be best off waiting till season 3 hype season to sell them all off, but I've banked them, I've stored them, I've cleared out my my war bank. Now we have the ability to use the war bank for more lucrative things. What button am I trying to press here? That one. But it does mean when I do patron orders now, I need to buy the mats. Because my war bank doesn't have them all in freely accessible anymore. Orders for the week done. Beautiful. The only time I might put materials in the war bank now is if, like, these characters, for example, might then offload all the materials into the war bank, and I'll pull them all out again on my regular bank character and sell them there, rather than individually selling them on the 4 separate accounts, which I suppose maybe isn't too problematic if doing it once a week at scale, but is annoying if I'm doing it every time I do a little thaumaturgy session. That's the theory anyway. The RNG on dirt piles is maddening. Oh, are you hunting down treasures? I have long since given up getting the treasures. It's 2 to 4 knowledge points a week that I'm just letting fly by, but yeah, I've long since given up getting those. I've always found that you get 3, if you've got 2 professions, you get 3 of the 4 really quickly. And then that 4th one can take forever. So much so that sometimes on weeks where I have decided to go get the treasures, I'll get 3 and then call it a day. Because you can get 3 in about 4 minutes. But the last one can take up to 20 minutes for some reason. I don't know why. It's really annoying. I don't think we want to be doing any of these anyway. Only 3 to do today. Also, while I'm here quickly, what's prospecting looking like today? What's happening to map prices? There's one question on my mind, is what do I do with all of this Iron Claw and Akirite that we've gained from Thaumaturgy over the last couple of days? Do I just sell it out, or do we break it down via jewel crafting? Actually, if I take that list right there, slap that in the old spreadsheet of Rooney, I'll get an even better answer. Okay, one thing I'm going to have to do is qualify these, because bait auctions be baiting. 866, holy. 866 on Q1 or 894. Oh my god, it's going up. To be honest, I might just be best off selling this ore at this price. Jesus, there's no need to prospect it. Well, I can't increase its value by much by prospecting it. If I sell it at 9 gold a piece, yeah, I'm losing about 5% prospecting it. So it's basically the same whether I prospect it or just sell it. Keyright Q3, 1076. Oh my god. We're above 10 gold again. We're above 10 gold again. RIP prospecting. What's Ironclaw saying? 946. Oh my god, what happened to all of the Ironclaw? That's Q1 though, mind. Q2. 9 gold on the nose. $10.87. Ouch! Ouch! Not a bean is profitable. Not a drop. Look at these numbers. Reds across the board. Nobody's doing any prospecting today. Damn, son. Alright, fine. Is that because anything in here is like outrageously overblown in value or what? No, all of this seems to be about... Oh, Crushed Gemstones Q1 are up, but I don't think that really matters. Oh, maybe because there isn't any of them. The flipping hell's going on here? Q2, the biggest candidate, has all been... Wow, is this... Oh my god. Everything's... Prospecting isn't even profitable, even though Q2 dust has been bought out, consolidated. There is a Russian monopoly going on the crushed gemstones, by the way, at the moment, and I can't quite figure out what's going on. Q3 is the worst. Absolute monopoly being held in very, very large quantities of this stuff. There's some shenanigans going on, and I don't quite know what it is. I'm not sure if it's is it botting of ore, then prospecting and crushing everything until you've just got gemstones? Maybe. But the only way you can do that is by throwing a load of bismuth at the problem. But then maybe throwing a bunch of bismuth at the problem gets rid of all of the bit. I don't know. I don't know what the logic is there. But there's an absolute monopoly going on this crushed gemstones that's making most of it feel very not worthwhile even thinking about, which is odd. Somebody is doing some absolutely ludicrous shenanigans with jewel crafting at the moment. I think the recent ban wave has something to do with it, but I also just think it's that time in the patch. I think we've hit like we may not have hit, but we're hitting the bottom of the dip with a lot of the material prices. The maximum combination of maximum supply, minimum demand is basically rock bottomed an awful lot of the prices, I think. On top of the fact there has been a recent ban wave, which probably took a huge amount of supply out of the market. But in the next few weeks, you'll start to see people really dipping in pretty aggressively, buying materials and squirreling them away, because there's no denying that when Season 3 launches, they'll be worth more than they are now. If history is to repeat itself, that is. Let's always forget history doesn't necessarily perfectly repeat itself, so any investment is a risk, but it's been mathed out a few times now by very clever people that if you're willing to spend a bunch of gold now and sit on it for 3 months, maybe even as much as 6 months, I don't know, when's Season 2 going to come out, do we think? September? A couple of months? Season 3, sorry. If you're willing to sit on it for a while, you can get 20, 30, 40% return if it's just gold that's lying about. This is not financial advice. Please invest with caution. If you have an investment problem, please go to www.givemanthusallyourgold.com. Okay, right, his orders are done. We can go turn in the weekly quests. Five points left in jewel crafting, so close. Wow, good effort, Lady Daisy, well done. You're miles ahead of me. I'm going the very slow and steady approach. clearly. I think I have 7 points. I need 20, 40, 60. I need 120 points, and I have 7. So what's that? 113 points away. I'm miles behind. Miles behind. Bought 250 leyline residue at 60 gold average. 15 mil investments, looking pretty good. Leyline residue. That popped off at the beginning of season 2. I can't quite remember why. What's leyline residue looking like now? Yeah, you're already looking good if you bought it at... Oh, you bought 250,000 of it. Oh, Jesus, I missed the... Yeah, okay. I read that wrong. Yeah, okay. What was it that caused leyline residue to go to the moon in season 2? Curiosity. I can't quite remember. Leyline residue. What was it used in that went to the moon? Was it the mana oils? It was probably the mana oils, wasn't it? Mana oils probably spiked it to the moon. I would imagine. Yeah, probably the mana oils. Yeah, 10 a go as well. 10 a go for 5 mana oils. That's probably what it was. Because, yeah, it's... even 80 gold at the moment is... 80 gold at the moment is about market price. Regional sale average is still down at 67 gold. So if you picked up 15 million's worth of it at 60, you really did buy the... you bought the dip good and proper there. Good and proper. I personally still would have diversified a little bit. I'd have put maybe 5 mil into that and 5 mil into something else and 5 mil into something else. But yeah, if you hit the jackpot with that, you'll do all right, for sure. All right, let's check the other dudes quickly. These guys are about going to finish smushing stuff. Oh, you have finished smushing stuff. Right, what can you be put to work on then? Have we still got time on the clock? Still got time on the clock. Let's do a sort. Before we do, what's the next biggest contender? Some of you guys go. Right, you're about to finish doing what you're doing. Bought some flowers too for 18 mil. They're all up now as well. 400,000 pieces of Blessing Blossom at rank 3, 16 gold average. And it's the way to do it. It's what's been... It's the best way to let the gold that's not doing anything do something for you. It's just one of those things that's really... It's an aspirational goal for many. Because, like I said, you've got to have 50 million to spend 25 million, you know? And so the biggest problem there is just getting the 50 million in the first place. Right, break you down. You finished. You're finished doing whatever you were doing. Right, you can now go to work. Hang on, let me double check the timers on these. 33 minutes, 20 minutes, 20 minutes, 20 minutes. There we go. I should make some big stinking weak auras or make this bar much bigger or something so it's easier to see. Yeah, I need a thwacking great big. You haven't used... Well, in fact, to be fair, we're about to go into winter mode or summer mode or whatever mode. So we won't be using the bountiful vial for much longer, will we? A few days till that stops being useful. There's also part of me that's very tempted to buy up a huge amount of materials for thaumaturgy, because it will all be worth a few percent more once the bountiful vial disappears anyway. But you can't do everything. You can't do everything. Oh no, I need to go get the weekly quest first. Time to call a taxi, spending an afternoon in the hospital in a large machine? What the hell? You going for an MRI or something? Can't think of many other big, large machines. Public order? What now? I've not gone anywhere near the gear crafting tree yet though, so... For some reason I chose to go weapons. Don't ask me why. Wasn't a wise decision. Probably shouldn't have done. I don't think I've crafted a single weapon. Spin. Quarterly PET CT scan. Okay. Not as big as an MRI, but still a big machine. I hate the MRIs. I can imagine if you have claustrophobia, then an MRI machine is pretty scary. But I would also say I've never had to use one, so I don't know. Alright, blacksmithing order's done. That's relatively painless. Enchanting is already finished, so we don't worry about that anymore. Okay. I've got so much artisan security these days. Some of my tunes, it's really racking up. I need to contemplate what the plan is with that. I know other people have been quizzing previously already about, do you spend it on the 600 goodie bags or whatever. I don't really consider it costing me anything to get it anyway. So I equally haven't really tried to burn it on anything, but using it for something constructive at the beginning of Season 3 is probably the play. Otherwise, it will just sit there and gather dust. 93 points. We need 100 to fill this tree. And then we might actually be able to put some points in armor smithing. Oh, God. Oh, blacksmithing, you are going to be the bane of me. You are going to be the bane of me. It's crazy to me that blacksmithing has so many points and yet still only gets like 1 point for its treasures. When, like, what is it? Alchemy? I think it's alchemy, jewel crafting, and maybe inscription. I think get 2 knowledge points for each of their... So they get double the points from the treasures. Yet blacksmithing that has like seemingly 1,000 more knowledge points in total than every other profession And on top of that has the patron orders that historically are the most expensive patron orders and are very rarely profitable. It's just mental. Mental sauce with old blacksmithing. Okay, this dude is actually done though. We can put you back here for a minute. You got a burn from touching the sides? I didn't even realise it got hot. Oh, it is an MRI machine. It's just a big magnet thing, isn't it? That or what? Is it a big magnet? Yeah, because you have to take all like body piercings and anything metallic has to come off. Would have never thought it got hot though. I don't know much about this stuff. I'm pretty clueless when it comes to medical stuff. How are these guys doing? Oh, you finished doing whatever you're doing. You're probably running low on stuff to smush now. Maybe we make all the blasphemites. That'll take a minute. Yeah, there you go. Get going making those. What else we got down here? No, you're not blasphemites. You're blasphemites. Go. 20 seconds left on this. And this one is probably nearly finished too. Beautiful. It's all coming together nicely. Right. There's a whole bunch of blasphemites being made. That's going to be somewhere in the region of like 500 blasphemites. I have no idea how we're going to sell those. I need to trick Goldson into buying them all again. No, that's mean. That's harsh. We've all been there. We've all made mistakes. Aratha's Spear seems to be slightly up in value today. Blessing Blossom also. But there's a strong possibility that this is going to be a candidate for smushing again. Along with the Iron Claw ore. I'm not even sure. Greater amount of chances for resource procs to play the numbers game. Hey! Manthe Arbitrage Limited has earned the Master Crafter achievement. Which is what? Which is what? Craft 500 epic items. Oh, because blasphemites are considered epic. Okay. Interesting. Gather 100,000 herbs? How did I possibly achieve that? I know for a fact I haven't done that. Is that just own 100,000 herbs, not technically gather them, clearly? Guild achievements, lol. 50 gold apiece for blasphemites right now. Turn mine into elusive blasphemites. They shift fast. Yeah, there's the possibility to spin them through jewel crafting as well to get something out of them. That or the sockety doodah thing. There's options. There's options. Right, that's all the blasphemites done. What I might need to now decide what we do. Okay, we got rid of most of the transmutagen. Let's just take... Okay, we've not got all that long left actually on these. We might call that as it is for now. Once we made the blasphemites, and we might then log these dudes out. Because I'm going to need these characters to do rare farming soon. The question here is there anything significantly up in value, so much so that I feel the need to sell it right here, right now, to claim a profit right here, right now? It's really nice, and I don't know if it's a fallacy. I don't know if I'm making this up, but it feels really nice that I'm not overly rushed. It feels in selling this stuff, because I feel the price of materials is mostly bottomed out. So I've got more flexibility to pick and choose when I sell my stuff, is how it feels. And like I said, that could be a fallacy. In fact, the irony, the only thing that does seem to be significantly up since when I bought these materials is probably the ore. Selling off the ore might not be, instead of even running it through jewel crafting even. How we doing, Sensi? Welcome in, good morning. I haven't actually checked my vault yet. That's a good question, but yeah, same to you. Hope everybody's vault is good today. I don't think I've got much in my vault, which is sad. I'm going to have to take a little bit of a look in a minute. I think I can log these dudes out for now. Let's quickly get the work orders done on this dude, and then we can head over to the undermine, I think. Let's have a little look at tailoring. See if we can speedrun this bit a little bit. I've been slow this morning, pre-coffee. That said, it's Wednesday. Do I care about trying to kill rares on a Wednesday? I've historically, in the last few weeks, found that trying to kill rares on a Wednesday is just not worth the effort, that they're far too contested. Does that mean we focus more so on like buying and flipping and setting up monthly arbitrage a little bit more? Maybe this might be a good day to buy some bargains or go bargain hunting. Where's me? Let's move that over here for a minute. Okay, about 20 minutes. I'm starting to have the problem again that having 3 screens isn't enough screens. Because I've got my Twitch dashboard over here. I usually have chat, you guys are over here. My OBS is usually next to you guys. And obviously I have my game on the main screen. But I need like 15 spare screens. Use the spare screen that's rarely on in the background. Yeah, I get a bad neck though if I put anything useful on that, won't I? Think about it. Good point though. Solid point. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. That's tailoring. You can tell crafting's dead when on reset day there's no orders for inscription books. That's when you really know that professions are dead. I've noticed recently as well a really big influx of players that are clearly coming back who have not played the War Within at all, as they don't have the War Within, and are, I mean, multiple times a day at the moment, WoW Economy is getting posts from people coming back to the game who don't have the War Within and are intrigued about how they can make gold. Surprise, surprise, enough to both buy a token and pay for the War Within. Now, I don't know if it's an influx of like goal making popularity on YouTube after, oh god, I feel bad now. I can't remember the guy's name. The dude that blew up from doing the can't leave Elwyn Forest before buying a token video. There is now 15 different copycats doing the same thing. Maybe it's because of that to a degree that there's a bit of popularity in it right now. But I also wonder if it's player housing that is starting to bring people back. Whether it's, you know, the blog posts, the chatter, the speculation, the creator interviews, you know, if it's all starting to maybe do its thing to incentivize a few people to get back into WoW. I'm wondering if there are things we should be doing to maybe facilitate those needs. What sort of stuff can we do that doesn't require the War Within, yet still can be proved to be lucrative? Tried the Sam add-on last night. Not super intuitive, but I think I managed to create a few profiles. The Sam add-on? Oh, the simple add-on manager. Is that what you mean? Use it. Simple. Okay, right. Okay. Without context, you know, when you when you I was racking my brains then. What the hell is the Sam add-on? Yeah, it seems pretty straightforward to use that one. It doesn't seem too overly complex. I mean, it's got simple in the name. It shouldn't be really. But yeah, I was wondering if there is sort of and it's kind of spurred me into thinking, because we got the Demon Hunter on an account that also doesn't have the War Within. And I mean, he's done absolute silly things for like boosting toons, but what other things could that character potentially do with just game time and not the War Within to generate gold? Is 70 speed druids viable on accounts without the War Within, or do they heavily require stuff from the War Within all the same? I'm assuming 70 speed druids are sort of the meta for speed druids these days, as that gives you, that could be a character that those players could work towards building that could then also be super useful for farming stuff if their goal is to purchase the War Within without cash monies. Why did I start going here? The fact I've started gives me the need to continue, but going this route would have been far more sensible. Okay, we're not getting anywhere fast with those professions. Get hero piece, catalyze it for the heroic and the mythic mogs. Yeah, if you're trying to pad out mod collections, I guess the vault still has some use to you in that regard. I only realised the other day, right? This goes to show how much I don't care about transmogs under most circumstances. If you use ATT and where it says, where you have a piece of gear in your bags, let me see if I might not even have enough gear on this dude to even show this. In fact, I don't seem to have any gear on this dude. Wow, that's clever. Where it says, like, there's a tick collected 1 out of 3 at the top there. It only landed the other day what that means. That's that you have, like, one of the appearances, but if you were to level it up, you would get the heroic and the mythic appearances. That I'm still like, on that item, there are still 2 variations of the appearance I can get. I never realised what that 1 out of 3 meant before. And well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's that I have maybe the normal raid appearance, but if I was to upgrade it or catalyst it or do shit with it, I'd get the 2nd and the 3rd appearance, which I never realised. That was a real today I learned moment. First catalyze, then upgrade if it's 1 out of 3. I'm probably not going to do any of it because I don't care about the mod appearances anywhere near enough. But like it was the fact that it sat on my screen for so long and I had no idea what it meant before, and it's only just triggered, was kind of like a bit of a moment, if you know what I mean. Some days I wonder, like, some days it feels pretty wild to me that I've played this game for 20 years and then I realise I know so little about this game, it's almost embarrassing sometimes. Wow, 2 orders. Go game. Luckily we only need 2 for the weekly quest. What's this magnet? Junk Maestro's Mega Magnet. Charging the Mega Magnet for later use. What the does that mean? Where did that buff come from? What does that mean? Okay. Oh yeah, it's Pet Week, isn't it? That's hence why we're getting a Super Squirt on Sunday. Oh, is it a trinket? Oh, what's this? Your abilities have a high chance to charge the magnet up to 30 times. Reverse the magnet's polarity to violently recycle the buried garbage, dealing a bunch of damage to your target per charge. Ah, interesting. I hate trinkets. Genuinely hate trinkets in this game. Right, let's go get some alchemy ones done. Sorry, this doing of patron orders has taken me significantly longer than I expected to. But isn't that always the way? Isn't that always the way? Still haven't checked the vault on my main dude yet. No, wrong button. Okay. I was thinking yesterday, actually, I was really tempted, and I nearly did this, of getting account number 7 online, which is starting to get a little bit overkill, I know, but I have this top left account up here for me shares is my auction house account for all intensive purposes, or it has been for the longest of time. Hence why it's got Bankthius on it, my main bank character for Draenor, not Manthius, which was my bank character throughout Dragonflight, and Lazy Cash is just my Herber Miner dude. But this was kind of like my auction house / utility account for the longest of time. And for some reason, I don't necessarily know why, I chose for this account to also be one of the accounts that houses 1/4 of all of my Cross Realm dudes and my Kill Undermine Rare dudes, along with these 3 others. But it's made me consider getting account number 7 on the go to offload this utility stuff onto, so that I can be casually killing rares in the Undermine whilst, you know, waiting for a rare spawn to kill on a shard that doesn't seem for it to want to ever load. I can do a cancel scan, or I can go farm some herbs at the same time, you know. All with the goal of just like absolutely minimizing the amount of just AFK downtime waiting for stuff to happen. But I'm not sure if it'll add enough extra value to warrant another copy of The War Within and another monthly sub. I think it's getting a bit ridiculous. I absolutely did not expect when we started playing 11.1 to go from having 2 accounts to having 6. Definitely not 7. But here we are. TLDR, I need to make some more gold. I need to make some pennies. Oh, interesting. I forgot I'd finished that tree. I don't know where we work on next. 40, 70, 100. I'm still 140 points behind even on engineering. Oh, Lord. Some of these are never going to get finished, are they? Good to see you going hard again. It is kind of true to say that I had kind of big slacked on goal making for a while. We did a whole bunch of it, obviously, at the beginning of the expansion. But soon as the concentration alt army meta really started to kick in, I can't lie, I very rapidly lost interest in goal making full stop, and we entertained ourselves by doing other things. But we are definitely back on it now. And we are systematically, slowly but surely, playing for the long term as well. This is kind of why the concentration stuff, I didn't want to get too heavy into it. And even though I've got all of these characters now, I'm kind of pushing back the temptation to just level enchanting on all of them. Even though they're there and they're ready to do that, and they could do that like within a heartbeat technically. There's nothing to say I couldn't spend 20 minutes on each team and give them all enchanting and then quickly craft some enchants once in every while. But I think that's a slippery slope for me into just burnout. But building for the long term more so of giving them a main primary task to do whilst they also scan for deals and buy goodies from across the region. Builds for a little bit more long term, more easily sustainable, steady flow. You'll hate life getting treasures on all of them to be able to get the shimmering dust. Oh, that's a really good point. Yeah, that's almost reason enough not to do it full stop, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I've done it a couple of times because these like I've got alchemists on all of them. I've got jewel crafters on all of them. So I've had to do that a few times. But yeah, you're actually right. Yeah, that's probably the number one thing that will prevent me from doing it full stop. Though yeah, because I'd also then need to go through every single one and give them like some basic gear. Yeah, that's probably a mission too much, isn't it? Probably a mission too much. Let's grab this week's quests. What's this? Defeat players in pet battles. Yeah, don't think so. Win battlegrounds. Yeah, don't think so. Collect Titan disc fragments. Oh. That's something I do need to do on all of them, actually. That could be a task for today as well. To get the Titan disc fragment quest on every toon. The pinnacle chest for each one of these is worth farming for. Resonance crystals alone makes that worth doing. Yeah, absolutely. Forging a pact. Oh, that means I've got to do it. We'll do the delve quest because we'll do that at some point. Is there a quest in here as well? Just 10 enchants and I'm losing it. Yeah, the having to get those damn treasures. If you are clever and you only pick enchanting first, so there's only actually 2 treasures you can possibly get, you'll hate yourself less. So unless you've already done something with the other profession slot, take only enchanting, then go farm your treasures. You can always pick up your secondary profession. At a later date, because there'll be nothing worse than spending half your time getting treasures for a profession you're not bothered about during an already annoying task. Yeah. Let's quickly check the vault. Any goodies in here? Probably not. Nothing really I need, to be honest. Turbo Drain 5000 trinket. Or the exact same... oh, no, sorry. Or non-set, where we've got all of the appearances. So absolutely nothing. My suspicious energy drink is, to my understanding, better than a Turbo Drain 5000. Increasing mastery by 4,000. Harmful spells and abilities have a chance to drain your target's electrical power, dealing a bunch of damage over 5 seconds. If the target dies, you gain movement speed. Yeah, I couldn't care less about that. Could not care less about that. $4,000 mastery for 10 seconds, though. Gives my pet more deeps. I'm pretty sure Suspicious Energy Drink is higher tier than Turbo Drain. But because I flipping hate trinkets, let's at least double check. Let me at least double check. Because you couldn't just play this game, you have to check sim guides. Beastmaster. Trinket. trinkets. Is it in Bisgear section? Bisgear trinkets. What was I looking at? Turbo Drain. Yeah, Turbo Drain's C tier. My Suspicious Energy drink is much better. Good. This is a token of merit situation then. Yoink. Slowly reaping the benefits of engineering. So I'm picking up a lot of orders for the POW 2 gun at max level. Yeah, I still need to upgrade mine as well. I will need the expertise of an engineer to do exactly that. That said, I might have the ability to do it with my own engineer these days. I'm not even sure. Not making millions or even hundreds of thousands, but just tens of thousands are trickling in a few times a week. Yeah, I mean, it all adds up at the end of the day. It's better than a profession that's doing nothing for you. Do we turn the 4 delves into 2,000 gold? Or do we just buy some crests with it? Buy 30 runed undermine crests. I guess that's what we do. It's not quite enough to give us an upgrade, I don't think. I do need literally 1 gilded, which is kind of annoying. I've got 43 runed crests, 59 gilded. How are those numbers so close but so far? Oh well, okay. Right, I think we can head to the undermine now. Let's see what we can get done down here. Something else I might very well be tempted to do soon is burn through all these check cards as well. I've got over 700 check cards in my bags, and I should do something with them. But because I'm not actually killing the rare summon spawns on all of my toons now, I can actually pick up cartel that I'm not maxed with. So we can pick up bilge water. Maybe do some bonus checklists at some point. Maybe look at completing our default checklist. What did we get? Turbo cans, races, side gig, 10 jobs, or a delve. We'll do a little bit of all of that in a minute. Right, before we get too deep into this, although Swigs is literally there, we'll do some rare killing in a minute. I want to scout for some bargains. Scout for some bargains, see if there's anything cheap going on any realm. There's about a 5 to 10 minute window every hour where I can scout and buy some bargains. So I'm going to need my realm list, so I know where all my toons are. I'm going to need Undermine Exchange, so we can do some quick scans for things, and so I don't get too baited by dumb stuff. Welcome in, Talamir. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hope you're having a good reset day. Maybe I'll do this over this side where I've actually got some more real estate. I can see things better. Don't have to cover chat. So I've been using a little tool that Boofy made called Flipping Pal. I've spoke about this on stream before. I've said I'll do a little video on it. I just haven't got round to it yet. Mostly because I don't feel as if I've actually used it enough properly yet to really get a feel for it. But there's a little tool called Flipping Pal that Boofy has, well, commissioned at the very least, even if he's not necessarily making it himself. But there seems to be some interesting opportunities here. It's pretty good at allowing you to highlight and try and find undervalued items. It's not foolproof though. It still requires you to have a little bit of like common sense and game knowledge in order to sniff out what might be a bargain and what might not. Okay, that would have been a bargain, but it's already gone. Interestingly, there doesn't seem to be too much that I'd be paying attention to right now. The concept of this Flipping Pal tool is it kind of tries to show you what you could buy and then also tell you where you could take it to flip it for more. You can customize it so that it has... You can customize it so it shows you only select realms that you want to be dealing with. But it still has the problem that a lot of these tools have, that it shows you stuff that's not really something that's worth buying. Like I said, it's not foolproof. And I'm more interested in like the old past expansion stuff that often gets listed significantly undervalued, but is more likely to be a slow seller. But interestingly, right now it doesn't seem to have returned much of any value to me, unless I want to be flipping raid BOEs, which it's too late in the season to start flipping raid BOEs. But so what I've been doing is I've been using... I can show you on screen now that I'm not trying to snipe anything myself. You can set it up so, wait, hang on, realm and region config. You can set it up so it shows add all realms, but then remove all the Russian realms from where I'll be willing to buy stuff. I've got characters on all 81 servers in the EU, so I can buy from any realm. But then you can actually also say where you're going to sell that stuff. So if you're actually only looking to sell stuff on like a couple of realms, but you're happy to buy from wherever, which is easily done with just a few characters, a bit of gold in your war bank, you can do. So you can start slow and steady. But then you can use the cross-realm flipping tool, and it basically has a few little configurations for like filtering out. You can filter out stuff that just doesn't ever sell. So it's only going to show you items that have an actual sell rate in the first place. There's no point you buying something that fundamentally doesn't sell. So you can tweak and you can tune what your minimum acceptable sell rate is, which is quite nice. You can then you can filter by sale average also. I'm not really interested in stuff that only sells for like a few hundred gold. If I'm going to take the time to go and buy something and then move it to another realm, I need to really know that that thing is going to sell on average for at least 5,000 gold. That gives me a little bit of wiggle room on what to buy it for. But it tells you where you can buy it from. It tells you where you could take it to pretend, and what you could sell it for on the realm you take it to. And then it will show you your sell versus buy percentage, which is your potential margin on this sort of stuff. My favorite column is this sale average versus buy, which is like, so one I tried to pick up there was that a Sanctified Steps recipe has turned up on a realm for 5,000 gold, which buying it at 5,000 gold would be a bargain, even against the sale average. Even if I don't take it anywhere else, for example. It claims I could then take it from this server by buying it at 5,000 and then sell it on one of these 4 realms for 500,000, and your price after cut would be 474,000 gold. But I don't do much of it. I don't do much of buying and then taking it places. I just look at this buy versus sale average. So it looks at the sale average for the item and then what you buy it, and then that's your potential profit margin. But you got choices, you got options here. You can export to the shopping an auctionator shopping list to make it a bit easier as well. So far, I've quite liked this. I've quite liked it. Don't connected realms share an auction house? Yes. So hence why when it shows the buy realm, for example, it shows you Den Haag or Taran Mill. You can buy it from either of those. So if you've got a character on one of those, it shares the auction house. In the EU, there's 81, 82, I think, shared auction houses, excluding the Russian ones. Buying and selling on the Russian ones is annoying because you've got to use separate clients. But if I only wanted to sell stuff on Draenor, for example, I could deselect all here and I could find Draenor in the list. D for Draenor. I wish there was a search function here. Oh, well, Draenor's standalone. So this now will show everything based upon what might be good to buy from other places just to take to Draenor and sell it, for example. So if you only want to have one bank character and you only sell on one realm, but you're willing to buy from wherever, you can easily set that up as well. Let's say you only want to deal with like past expansion stuff. You don't want the list to be flooded with flipping raid BOEs. I often will untick the War Within. This only shows the older stuff. Slower seller, but potentially more margin in the older stuff. You also tend to find more bargains as it often gets listed significantly under value. And, look, Chromatic Sword is currently 300,000 on Draenor. Unfortunately, though, Chromatic Sword has an average sale price of only 25k, so buying it for 35 is not a deal in my eyes. But if we did this one, we can see we could go over to one of these realms, buy a slimy eel for 5,500 gold, and then potentially sell it for 7,500 gold on Draenor. Though that said, Draenor is monstrously overvalued on this pet at this moment in time. But as Draenor is one of the biggest servers in the EU, it is most often where things are listed below their regional sale average price. So there isn't going to be many deals if you're only choosing to sell on one of the biggest servers. You'd pick a mid-tier server to sell your stuff on, really. Pretty much stop logging into the Russian realms. You have to change the language every time. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Still got a couple of Kroll's blades from vanilla gathering dust in a bank. Any time you have, because there is so many people doing this cross-realm arbitrage sort of stuff these days, you can, if we look at Kroll blade, for example, I'll use it as an example. If you've got a couple just knocking about in a bank, right, and you could do the thing that everybody would do, which is just go to the auction house and post it at the same price as everybody else, and hope that, you know, you get a sale on it. Now, we can see if we look at Kroll's blade real quick, if we get some live data on it. It's Kroll's blade, isn't it? No. Is there... No? Oh. No? The hell? There we go, Kroll blade. We can see here that on Draenor, there's like loads of them. Your chance of selling these is super, super slim. Regional sale rate, 0.004. But what you do have is at least some sales data. So even TSM has recorded some information on sales on these before. The sale average is 14,000 gold. Now, if you've genuinely got shit just lying about in a bank that is quite literally gathering dust, your best option is to put it on the auction house under that regional sale average price. And if you discount the regional sale average by like 30-40%, somebody will snap it up off you. It'll get sold within the hour, and somebody will buy it just to flip it on their own. Let somebody else sit on it. So I mean, if you were to list a Kroll's blade on the auction house for 10,000 gold right now, I'm pretty sure you'd sell it that same day. Now you'd argue that, well, why would I sell it at 10,000 gold? The market price is 40k. The market price of 40k is only for only for people who are willing to post it on the auction house 500 times and sit and do it repeatedly for 6 months. Most people not willing to do that shit. But if somebody gave you 10k for it now, you'd get it sold. You'd get it sold really fast, because it'll land in the hands of somebody that will just syndicate it to another server somewhere and then just post it continuously. I say the same thing to people that like farm aldermen, for example. If you farm aldermen and you're farming for the super rares, don't try and post it at market price for 6 months and burn yourself, like posting one auction and cancel scanning on one auction for 6 months. It makes no sense. Post it for a percentage under the regional sale average and just let a reseller buy it from you and make it their problem. The only people that get to charge market price for this old stuff is people that are willing to literally post it every single day for months and months and months and months and months until it eventually sells. But the only people who are willing to do that are going to be people that have big operations set up to do it. My experience, pets and transmogs do not sell very well on Draenor in general. I can sell 5 pets on Silvermoon in the same time as I sell 1 on Draenor. Draenor seems to be quite raid focused. Whereas Silvermoon, it's Alliance, which instantly means that if you are playing Alliance... Now, this is very stereotypical. Don't shoot the messenger, but it's true. If you are playing Alliance, you're probably more concerned with like the collections and the more casual aspects of the game. The likelihood of you both playing Alliance and being into hardcore raiding is very slim. Because because unfortunately Horde has dominated that market for many a time. So that probably makes sense why you can sell things like pets and stuff on Silvermoon more easily, because it's predominantly an Alliance server. I think it's probably still the biggest Alliance server. And so, yeah, there's probably just generally more interest in that sort of stuff over there. But that's how you sell this sort of stuff. Post it at about like 75% of the regional sale average, and it will get snapped up by the end of the day. Somebody will find it, somebody will come along, somebody will buy it, somebody will take it to another realm, somebody will list it somewhere else. Basically. So feel free to clear out your old banks of stuff, because you'll still be able to sell stuff if you price it correctly. It's just most people who farm transmog don't price their shit properly. They throw it on, they don't undercut, they don't pay attention to what it might sell, you know, where is the actual data. Most transmog farmers are far too blinded by the big market values for items, and most transmog doesn't really sell at market value very frequently. If you want to sell it nearly instantly though, undercut the sale average by about, you know, take 30-40% off the sale average price, post it there. So a Chrome Blade, you post a Chrome Blade at 10k and I can guarantee it'll sell by the end of the day. And that's 10,000 gold that was just gathering dust in your bank, for example. That's the way I would recommend people do it. But on that note, let's get some of these dudes logged in. Let's see if there's any rares to be had. Or even not rares. Let's see if we can, we might need to get some auctions relisted ourselves. Is Chrome Blade really that popular of a transmog though? I feel like a Chrome Blade might be more of a twink weapon. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Really doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter if it's popular. It doesn't matter why people use it. All you need to do is be aware of what price they've sold for, and do you want to sell it quickly or do you want to list it for 6 months? It really doesn't matter. My example was just one that was thrown up in chat, but you could do the same with nearly any old piece of transmog. Skullflame Shield, for example. Another one that everybody knows, really. If you've got a Skullflame Shield lying about and you actually want to sell it, what price should you sell it for? Well, you can see that TSM has regional sale average data on this of 152,000 gold. Very low seller. 0.004 on the regional sale average. Very low seller. But if you've got one lying about and you want to shift it fast, you post that for 99,000. You post a Skullflame Shield for 100k, it'll be sold by the end of the day. Doesn't matter the popularity, doesn't matter about the sell rate. If you post it at the right price, somebody will buy it. Because that will start, if you post a Skullflame Shield at 100k, it'll start popping up on websites and scanners all over the place, and by the end of the day, somebody will have bought it. Doesn't matter about the sell rate, doesn't matter about the average daily sold. As long as there is some sales data on it, you can sell this. You can sell this on transmog stuff super fast if you really want to. People cancel scanning and relisting every 48 hours, you know, posting at 160, are not really doing themselves any favors. But the people that are selling these are probably not people that have farmed it. They're probably people that have bought it from somebody that posted it for 100k and they snagged themselves a deal and they'll flip it for 160 eventually. The car boot sale mentality. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Got some old junk to get rid of. List it for cheap. Get shot of it. Yeah. Yep. It's so very true now that the, you know, people always used to claim that doing a deep undercut, you should never ever undercut, they say. Never ever undercut, because if you undercut, you're just losing potential profit, which is just false. If that was the case, every second-hand salesman would be trying to sell everything at MSRP. List it cheap. I shit you not, somebody will find it and it will be sold by the end of the day. Pretty much any item. So all those transmog farmers out there that have got 2,000 items listed on the auction house and are posting them all at market value, you're doing it wrong. Post everything you farm at like 60 to 70% of the DB region sale average, and you'll sell nearly everything you farm like instantly. Anyway, what was I doing? Any rares to kill? Oh yeah, well, we've got a full refresh on the go, don't we? Maybe I'll well, if we spot a rare, we'll kill a rare, I suppose. Oh, we didn't even log this dude in. Whoops. Part-timer here. There's so many resources out there now for people to be able to sift through the auction houses on every single realm to sniff out the deals, that if you post things at the right price, you can sell them almost instantly. Don't matter if you're on some tiddlywink server in the arse end of nowhere or you're on one of the biggest population servers. If you undercut the regional sale average, you'll sell it pretty quickly. Yeah, no rares anywhere. This is what thwack. This is why killing rares on a Wednesday is often not the greatest. I usually tend to not do this too much on a Wednesday, but I think I need to relist auctions anyway. Yeah, I might not bother with rares. Maybe I might just get some auction house stuff done. Expireds. I leave the sales in the mailbox because they're fun to go and have a look through another time. I've been buying a bunch of stuff on this realm apparently. And what I probably should do is consider... One thing I need to calculate is how do I circumvent this stupid Warbank access business. What I can probably do is drop a guild chest. If I dump everything that hasn't sold into the guild bank, I can then pull it out. Nothing to move. Right, in that case then you're done. I think what I'm going to do is anything that doesn't get listed on the auction house gets dumped in the guild. Then once it's in the guild, I will use another one of my toons to take it out of the guild and put it in probably the war bank. There's logic to this madness somewhere, trust me. Being that, or pets, sorry, should I say, will get taken out. Pets will get taken out and pets will get put in the war bank. Everything else can stay in the guild bank. And periodically, I'll just have to redistribute pets on these dudes. I think. If I'm clever about this, I'm just going to stand here with the Brutosaur, and they can all use my Brutosaur. You get everything posted. You get everything posted. And then one of them can drop down a guild chest. And we can move all stuff that didn't sell into the guild chest. And whatever's in the guild chest will slowly but surely get redistributed through other toons. So if it doesn't sell on the one rail, we move it somewhere else and it'll sell somewhere else. And then once they're done, they all get instant log out because they're standing on the curb. Hey, now we're cooking. Now this is a rhythm. Best of both worlds situation here. Access to the auction house, access to a mailbox, access to the guild. Warbank access is going to be a problem forever and a day. Summon in. Summon in a long boy. No interesting sales there. What do we sell here? Deciduous globule. Gold-plated blade. What are these items? Swirling time-warped vial. I thought these were going to get auto-deleted from the mailbox because the event's open now. Clearly not. They're going to annoy me. Because they're a unique quest item. I don't want them sat in my mailbox forever and a day. Oh, doing that 500 times, though, might cause me a headache. Okay, maybe they are just going to have to sit in the mailbox. Yeah, I'm not doing that on 500 characters. I'll steal the materials because they can be sold, but I'm not going through and deleting all of those quest items. Not happening. It was a good thought. Good thought, poorly executed. It's all about finding the rhythm. It's all about finding what system and what process works. This clever little curb here is classed as inside, which gives all these dudes instant log out, which is quite funny. Yet my dude can stand right next door to them with a long boy being technically outside, and it all just works. Now, any other day of the week, we'd go kill some of these rares, but it's too much like hard work on a Wednesday. What do we sell here? Tomb of Illusions, Outland edition. Gives you a bit of a heads up to some of the stuff I've been buying recently. There's not a lot of it, mind. We sell over here. Iron Riveted War Helm. I don't even know what that is. Now, I have so few items on half of these dudes right now that this process is pretty painless. But we might have to smooth out the posting to the auction house at some point in the future when we end up with a lot more stuff. But as of right now, the stuff count is quite small. Once everything's moved, log them out, move on. My login times are still longer than I'd like them to be, though. I am kind of thinking I'm running too many add-ons on these dudes, but we sell over here. Another Iron Riveted War Helm. Okay, how have I sold two of those on two different realms? Bought a bunch of stuff on that realm. Iron Riveted War Helm. Somebody's done a number on these. Somebody's cleaned the region of Iron Riveted War Helms. I don't necessarily know how I had so many. What even is it? Iron riveted warhelm? Somebody doing a number on these. Iron riveted warhelm. They seem to have exploded in value during 2025, but are actually declining in value again now. The supply of them doesn't seem to be that ridiculous. 163 of them. Somebody's clearly swooped up. What's going on? If you were swooping up cheap ones, why were you buying them for 4,000 or 5,000 gold a piece off me? Why were you not swooping them up off all of the other... Okay, sure. It's not for me to summarise why people are doing things. I'll just take the sale and be happy about it. Isn't it a Wrath Raid BOE? I mean, it's kind of a cool looking appearance. There's no denying. Like, it's got potential. It's probably why I had chosen to buy some of them up at some point myself. But it's kind of a cool cool helm, and there's realistically not that many of them. It's one of those ones where you could potentially see somebody coming along and hoovering them all up at like... You could hoover up every single one for like 500,000 gold and then turn them all into like... Just try and set the price at 50k or something stupid. See if you can snag some sales, I don't know. Oh, did we not do a post on this dude? Did I not do a post scan? Oh, maybe I did. Maybe I closed the auction house. It could alternatively have been that the prices on those realms for that iron riveted helm were so high that I didn't actually undercut them, but posted it at a significantly cheaper price, even though it was still above the region market price. Somebody might have flipped based upon market price on their own realm. I might have once again flipped them to a flipper. Flip to the flippers. Speculate to the speculators. Oh, this would be a good realm to kill rares on, to be fair, but we're not doing that right now. What I'm kind of slightly trying to do here is I'm trying to predominantly focus. I'm collating a bunch of stuff in the guild bank, which I will probably pull it all out of on just a couple of characters to consolidate a lot of my items in a few places to begin with, till those characters have like 40, 50 items on them, and then we'll move stuff about at a later date. Kind of removing this kind of listing 1 or 2 or 3 items on a single realm, because it's just not worth... It's not worth the effort when it's such a small quantity of items. But we're still learning. We're still learning the ropes. This is one of those things that I kind of tend to feel I have a good grasp on. But it's the experience of doing it that I don't have a lot of... I don't have too much of the experience of doing it. I understand the theory, though. It's also a good opportunity to harvest any Mechanicas from the rares, but I've been opening the mailboxes most days on these tunes, which is why we're not spotting any. But this feels like quick enough and simplistic enough for it to be an easy once every 48 hours routine to make sure we keep our things listed. And I think it will scale quite nicely once we have a lot of stuff to sell as well. Obviously, it's not going to be very lucrative right now because I don't have much inventory. But we're future thinking, or trying to. Wait till everybody logs in. Come on, log in, log in, log in. What's holding you? Is this account crashed? 3 logged in super fast. What's going on with this one? Is it dead? Is it dead? No. Just slacking. And doing it this way as well, I also don't really mind if transferring stuff to the guild bank is slow, because each account has 20 seconds to do it anyway, whilst I do the others, if you know what I mean. It's going to be fun in a few months' time when we've got some big stock on these dudes and we actually get some spicy sales. What's... when's the next update on this? 15 minutes. Oh, we've got 2 Mechanicas on this. We've got some Mechanicas on this dude. Actually, I'm very tempted to transfer those to Manthe right now. So I'm only sat on 9, and I need as many as I can get my hands on right now. Thank you very much. You've got a Mechanica. Okay, I'm liking this little rhythm. I think this is going to be quite manageable, especially since this will only have to be done every 48 hours in order to keep stuff on the auction house. A little over 48 hours because of course you've got to let stuff expire. I'm sure it's shit not doing cancel scans on any of this stuff ever until it expires and goes. It gets posted for 48 hours and I repost it when it lands in the mailbox. So realistically it'll probably be once every 3 days. What do we sell here? Gold plated pole arm. Oh, that's one of the probably a 603 piece of gear that we picked up from the Mechanica farm. A bound stream. That's a pet, right? Pretty sure that's a pet. And I'm also hoping, I've got Journalator on all of these accounts as well, because I don't trust TSM's tracking of sales at all anymore. So I'm kind of hoping that Journalator is doing a better job of tracking all of this stuff. So then I can pull all 5 of my accounts' Journalator information into one central spreadsheet, hopefully. And we can track our purchases and sales that way, is the theory with all of this. That's still theoretical because I haven't tried it. But I'm trusting Journalator to do a better job than TSM these days. Nothing to move on any of these. It might actually be fun to see if I've actually made any gold in the last month. Especially now I've just gone and bought, what was it, 4 tokens at the beginning of the stream? I'm not convinced we've made any gold this month, but I'm equally quite sure that we haven't really spent any either. I think I've basically covered all of my costs this month of setting all of this up. Which means I think we're about zeroed out on expenses this month. Which you would argue this is a lot of time and a lot of effort to not make anything. But this is all predominantly designed so that once it is all set up, the graph just kind of does that from this point on. And preferably more like this. We would like to see a nice exponential growth to this graph, preferably. If we can get the ball rocking and rolling properly. It's so weird. I should have set this whole thing up like literally years ago. There's no reason I shouldn't have been doing this like the end of Shadowlands. I don't know why it's taken me so long to bother to do all this. In fact, I know exactly why it's taken me so long to do all this. Is if it wasn't for the Mechanica farm right now, basically funding all of this, this would be a very expensive adventure. But the Mechanica farm is basically keeping it afloat. Gave me the excuse to set all of this up whilst simultaneously not hemorrhaging millions of gold every month whilst it does set up. No Mechanicas on... Oh, there's a Mechanica on this dude. Where's it gone? There it is. Please don't look at these guys' mogs. They've got all sorts of random ass mishmash gear. Anything that was perceived an upgrade whilst they were doing follower dungeons, for the most part, was equipped. Just so they had something to put on. I should probably utilise the Nightfall event a little bit, actually. Take some of these teams over to the Nightfall event. Let them get a tag on the end boss. Get some free 600 plus item level gear. Feels like a play.
I see you.
What do we sell here? A pearl wing heron for 5k. Eventually, we're going to need... Let's think about this. We're going to need... Running some simple maths on this. Probably going to need somewhere in the region of about 1 million gold worth of items on the auction house on each server. What would that translate to? Let's say we sell 1% of what we list, because we're also deliberately not buying stuff that's super duper mega low sellers. So let's assume we sell 1% of our stock. If we list 1 million gold worth of stuff, that's what, 10,000 gold per day, per auction house, per server. 10,000 gold a day. 10,000 gold multiplied by 81, 82, I think it is. 820,000 gold in sales a day. 820,000 gold of sales is going to basically equate to about a token a day in profit, would be my guess. Short term. And that's with just 1 million gold worth of stuff on each realm. So to get 1 million gold worth of stuff on every realm, let's assume it costs 300,000 gold to get those items in the first place. So it's going to take a couple of months before this like really starts snowballing, I think. Is the napkin maths, I think. You got the Steam Weedle Paragon chest mount. Nice. I've not even thought about pushing the Paragon chests with those yet, but that's probably a good thing to consider. Have you got all of the factions to Exalted now? Did you do that first, or have you been just zug-zugging one until it's like done, per se, and then moving on? Because I'm still leveling them all up because I've slacked on my chet lists recently. Farming the chets on different characters. It's probably a smooth way of doing it. I kind of half think that might be something I do this week. I might push one of the renowns this week. I've got so many chet lists on my main. 707 chet lists, which is somewhere in the region of like, what's that? 20. Oh shit, every single one of my characters is 80 now, and every single one gets a chet list now. So it's well within reach for me to get like every faction. Okay, we might go a little bit chet list crazy this week, since there's not like a big event in game otherwise. Every single dude can get a chet list. 80 characters doing a chet list. 80 characters doing a chet list will be, what's that in terms of reputation? Like a lot. 40,000 or something. You don't even have to tag, even just pick up a quest, an AFK every hour, you get the token for the 636 item. Oh, you're talking about with the Nightfall event? Yeah. Yeah, I'm slowly acclimatizing to the fact that all of these dudes are now level 80 and they can all do these end game little activities. And if we can kind of loot funnel or rep blast to an ungodly level, we kind of have the means to do it now. I'd kind of forgot that all of these alts are 80 now. So they can all do their own chat lists. Now, it's probably not a great use of time, and it's probably pretty grindy doing the rep grind with chat lists. But it's one of those that I can, you know, and it can be a get the job done situation. For example, Bilgewater to Exalted could happen this week if I just wanted to do it. I have enough characters and the means to just get this to Exalted. And then next week we take the Blackwater Cartel and we potentially do the entire rep in a week. Is entirely feasible. It's whether I have the mental capacity or the desire to do it. Also highly recommend Nightfall. It's massively efficient if you can then catch 4 or 5 phases. On the well-optimized teams where they're all in different shards, you just find a shard that's like close to completion, all hop in, get the win, then all hop back and rinse and repeat. That could be a fun little adventure as well. Loads of stuff to do. Oh my god. Loads of stuff to do. Gold plate pole arm again. These random these gold plated stuff. I'm wondering what the long term play is with that gold plated stuff. As of right now, it's far too common to be paying any interest to it. But the gold-plated stuff long-term, I still think that the appearances of them are unique and interesting enough that they will maintain some interest. The question is what will the supply of them be? If the Mechanica farm continues to be lucrative, it will keep people in this zone literally forever, which will consistently create a steady supply of the gold-plated transmog items as well, which will be the long-term problem. But look at lamplighter gear, for example. Lamplighter gear right now is a set of gear from 11.0 that, at least on the EU, is being hyper-controlled. If you take a look at the lamplighter set on your realm, every single piece will be in very short supply and all listed for like 50k a piece. And it's because nobody's pissing around doing that silly Hallowfall event anymore. Because it was annoying even in 11.0. The lamplighter set is so hard to get though. Well, yeah, exactly. It's difficult to get, one, because it only comes from the reward boxes, I think, from doing the, I can't remember the name of the zone. You know the zone in the top of Hallowfall. Plus there's no real other reason for people to be doing it. Which is why there's an extreme shortage, it feels, of the items. And that extreme shortage is allowing people to monopolise on them by the looks of things. Now, I don't think the gold-plated stuff will see the same fate, and that's purely because I tend to think there will always be people in the Undermine because of Mechanicas. But if they nerf or change, or the Mechanica farm loses popularity or profitability, the gold-plated gear becomes a little bit more attractive. Wait, that's not the right dude. Hold up. Hold up. What's that now? 18. Get the end boss loot on every shard you manage to hop into if you need gear for the ults. Yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna do. I'm probably gonna ship a few of these teams out to the Nightfall event. Get them at least, you know, a few pieces of gear each, and then maybe reshuffle. Although it's predominantly all warbound gear anyway, isn't it? So I just need a few teams out there to hard farm it every hour on the hour for 5 minutes, 10 minutes. And then we can distribute via the warbank all of that warbound gear if needed, as far as it goes. That's probably something I should have already set up, to be honest. Woo's been telling me to do it for weeks now. I just haven't got around to it. Woo plays this game at a significantly higher level than I do. Permanently live in amateur mode. If you do the weekly and the 3 dailies and manage to catch 3 to 4 phases, that's like 25 pieces of gear in 30 minutes. Yeah, this is it. Which is that'll do nicely to let some of these dudes end up being 625 average item level, I think, pretty quickly. Which then in turn means that all of these accounts could solo kill half the rares when necessary, if necessary, which adds another potential gold mine to the whole thing. It's just finding the rhythm and the routine to get all of this done without cooking myself to a crisp. You've got a Mechanica. And while simultaneously hopefully trying to make some of it at least partially entertaining. So I do need to remember that is kind of the reason why I'm live. I do sort of understand why K-Chak does a lot of this sort of stuff off stream, because it's probably not the most entertaining, but I'm learning what the routine is now. Once it's just on farm, as they say, I can just ship it off to a random hour in the day when I'm not doing anything else. I did the Nightfall twice on my lead guys, and they're all 630 plus now, so killing the rares became no issue. Yeah, I think that's probably a very smart way of doing it. I'm not denying it's probably the play. I just haven't yet. Ha, more gold-plated stuff. When you list it on enough servers, you sell enough of it. I really need to optimize my profile for this though. I'm not convinced my auctioning operation for this flipping gear is all that great yet. I think it needs some tweaking, some tuning. One of the things I'm keen to try and avoid is spiraling prices when I end up being the only one listing an item on an auction house. I don't mind stuff spiraling to a high price, but it needs to be capped somehow. So much so, I even seem to think I probably need 4 or 5 different operations that have just a hard-coded normal listing price in them, so things don't get too ridiculous. We love a little bit of market manipulation, but we don't want things to get crazy. We don't need level 10 greens being listed for gold cap, which is what eventually happens if you don't pay attention to this. The goal is to sell stuff, not to list it at the highest price possible. Where the flipping hell's the Mechanica? There it is. I need at least enough to buy a mount once we've rotated through these and checked the mailboxes. Because I get kind of itchy when I don't have enough Mechanica. Oh, no, we're not putting it on the auction house, you donut. I get kind of itchy when I don't have at least 25 spare Mechanica, because that means if I sell a mount, I can't replenish that mount. But that's hardcore mechanical farmer privileges to have just 25 lying about spare. I've cut down to 12 teams for the time efficiency reasons, but with 5 different characters per team, so it's still 60 characters. It's enough to keep the Mechanica ticking over. Yeah, my end goal for all of this is really to not really be doing much of the Mechanica farming, because it's still farming at the end of the day, but at the moment, doing it in a 5-box setup, if you can bang out, if you can spend an hour and I can rotate through 15 of the teams in an hour, that's literally hundreds of rare kills in that one single hour of time. Which, sure, you're not doing it all day, every day, so you won't be getting as many Mechanicas as other people. But the reality is you're still going to, in that one single hour, potentially end up making like 300,000 gold. You tend not to be able to beat that when it comes to farming, even at the beginning of an expansion, when things are like really loopy-doopy crazy. But yeah, the goal is not to do it 8 hours a day and absolutely hyper min-max Mechanicas. It's more to get a really, really, really disgustingly efficient hour or 2 of farming and then put it down so you don't burn out doing it. How are you doing, Ginny? Welcome in. Good morning, good morning. How's your 3D printing going, by the way? I'm going to assume you're not just printing all of that stuff for shits and giggles. I'm assuming you're probably selling it or something. This dude has a Mechanica somewhere. 23. Rank 16 with the raid rep, kind of sick of doing it. It should be twice as fast, in my opinion. I've not touched it. In theory, when people hit the max rank, so when everybody gets their Florendo mounts, there should, in theory, be enough catch-up in the system that 3 weeks later, people who haven't touched it yet will get their Florendo. I'll happily get my cool dinosaur mount 3 weeks late if it means I don't have to fuck about doing the raid every week right now. I'll do 3 weeks of LFR once everybody's already hit 20 and all the catch-up is fully kicked in. And then I'll call it a day. There was no way I was going to start doing LFR or anything more than that every single week just to grind out that. Yeah, no thanks. But I equally, I tell you what, I wonder what Blizzard's perspective is going to be on this. I wonder whether they're going to see this raid renown as a success or a failure. It's really difficult to gauge how Blizzard looks at this sort of stuff. Dread leather shoulder guards of Fire Flash. 12,000 gold. Curiosity kills the cat. How much did I buy those for? I didn't buy them on this account, apparently. I bought them somewhere else. They have been moved from another account. I guess we'll never know. Wait, did I do the mailbox on these dudes? Did I get... I got distracted by a sale. Pretty good, making some drawers to go under the filament dryer right now. The GF came over yesterday to help and organise the filaments. Nice. I wish you the best of luck. People doing the raid for 20 weeks, clearly a success. Well, this is the thing, right? The metrics behind it is it going to incentivize enough people to run LFR 20 weeks in a row? Whereas historically, I'm sure Blizzard would have the data. Even LFR Andes get bored after like 5 or 6 weeks. Has it like extended the engagement with the raid? Or has it just been... Well, this is the thing, right? If engagement goes up, it doesn't really matter if the general consensus towards it is positive or negative. Because if engagement goes up, it's a win. Like Blizzard doesn't really care what people think about the content as long as they engage with it. That's very, very clear to see. And if it has meant people have done LFR 20 weeks in a row, then I wouldn't be surprised if we see the raid renown every raid. The YouTube short time lapses are doing surprisingly well, actually, especially given that they're poorly optimized and have no sound. Oh, people love that sort of stuff. That's kind of like semi-ASMR sort of stuff. Just slap some Hopecore tunes over the top of it, call it a day. Graph goes up, bonus yacht. That's it. That's how it works. And it's clear as day. The reason why that's the case is because engagement equals money. It's like the correlation is definitely there. Engagement equals money. More engagement equals more money. More money equals happier shareholders. Happier shareholders equals more money. Forget the fact it's an entertainment product. People being entertained is just the vehicle for more money. Right, this is the last dude. Or the last team, I should say. Am I gonna finish on 24 Mechanicas? I would point out though that this has been like, I think I went from, how many Mechanicas did I have? Like 16 or something? It's like 10 or so a day, it feels at the moment. No, it's not a full 24. We had some to begin with. I just can't remember what the number was. And this is only a day or maybe 2 of rare killing. I scienced it for a whole week, doing pretty much a full day of rare killing every day for a week, and we got 64 Mechanicas that week. So it's nearest damned 8 to 10 Mechanicas a day if I actually do it all. But it was that was a week where there wasn't much else going on. Any other week where there's something happening, particularly in the game, that number dips. That's like the best case scenario moment with how I've got it set up right now. We do not achieve best case scenario results every week though. Like last week, for example, we didn't make anywhere near as many Mechanicas, but I spent half the week leveling all these tunes to 80. So just depends how we designate the time. But yeah. Oh, no, this dude has a Mechanica. We're going to finish with exactly the 25 I need to be safe and secure in selling a mount and replenishing it. Right, you're done, you're done, you're done. But you have a Mechanica to trade. Boom, 25. Good stuff. Right, okay. Well, that's the process then I'm going to need to go through once every couple of days to relist everything. That's not very painful. That's not very painful at all. We can live with that. My average is 78-ish per week. Your average is 78 a week. Flipping hell, how many characters are you running rares on? Jesus. This is the thing, right? I tend to think that my setup is relatively optimized, and I also tend to think that I get pretty good results out of it. But then somebody strolls in and is like, oh yeah, I've had like 500 Mechanicas since this event starts. And I'm like, what? It's, like I said, I'm very aware that there are clearly some people doing pretty much exactly what I'm doing, but on a scale that's even above. Would you say it's worth newbies getting into this now and copying the setup? I mean, if you have the means to, absolutely. But the characters having access to that quantity of level 70s is what will probably be the biggest bottleneck for most people. Gold can very quickly get you the accounts, but you're instantly going to hit that bottleneck of even if you get 5 copies of the game, 5 subscriptions, your biggest bottleneck short term is going to be getting characters on all of them. I've been able to utilize both the leveling event to zug a lot of 0 to 70s. We got, I think, 15 teams leveled during the leveling event from 0 to 70, so about 60 characters roughly leveled to 70 during that leveling event. I've then been able to get them all to 80. Now, getting them to 80 isn't really super important to do this. You can do it with them only being 70, so that's not too essential. But that's probably going to be the biggest stumbling block. Either you are going to need another account and a twinked out character to boost them yourself, or you're going to need to pay somebody else who's already done that. Now, the going rate for a 0 to 70 boost is probably 100,000 gold. So that's, if you're doing 60 characters, that's 6 million gold in just leveling the toons. Now, I'm sure if you turned around to somebody and said, can you boost 60 characters, you'd get a bit of a discount. But it's that's still quite a barrier to entry. And little simple things like just understanding the route, knowing what's time efficient, knowing what's not time efficient, knowing what rares you should be killing, knowing what rares you shouldn't be killing. Where do you, Sal, for example, Sal spawns up here, but the only way your dudes can hang around the hotel is if you pull Sal a little bit over to the hotel first, knowing where that is. There's a lot of little things in it. If you did just verbatim copy paste my setup here, you could get up and running relatively quickly, but there's huge cost implications initially of doing it. And there's no security in this, right? There's no security in the farm, really. At the end of the day, Blizzard could turn around tomorrow and nuke the Mechanica farm completely. I doubt they're going to do a tinderbox fix, but they could. What would happen if they turn around and goes, oh yeah, you can now convert empty cola cans into Mechanicas. The whole thing would be dead as a dodo within seconds. Now, if you'd sunk 10 million gold into it, it'd be a problem. I do like the sound trick though, thanks for that. Found that with his max range, you can park characters inside the corner. Yeah, you have to pull him over quite a bit. Most of my dudes lurking here now have to pull Sal pretty much to the road, but if you can pull Sal to the road, and he does leash quite far, you'll still get credit. My problem is ever knowing when Sal is up, because the rare scanner doesn't quite reach that far. But yeah, that's a minor issue. A minor issue that's not really an issue. The Goblin event will mess with it for sure. Well, it's going to bring a lot of people to the zone, no doubt. And it's going to bring a lot more people killing rares, no doubt. So it'll mean that people have got these big setups right now. Their process is going to be less efficient when that Goblin event is up, because tagging the rares and finding the rares will be more difficult to do, or they'll be up for less time. Secondly, with everybody killing rares, there is a strong chance, yes, that there will be more Mechanicas turning up in the hands of Random Joe. Which might definitely have an impact on the supply of pets and mounts into the market. That said, the supply of both pets and mounts, the overall number of Mechanicas on the EU realms actually dipped last week, according to K-Chak's numbers, which is pretty wild. That more pets and mounts were bought than new pets and mounts were farmed up, which is kind of scary to think. Do I try and look then at getting some of these teams? Do we take some of these teams over to the Nightfall event? If I'm quick, I can get at least a team there now, can't I? For this next event. And so much so, I might, yeah, let's give it a go. Short of summoning them all there, I don't know what the quick and easy way is to get there. I'm just going to have to take the flight path from the capital city, I think. Why did you not join the group? Get in the car.
The coreway must be
Go
protected.
to Merildar. Go to Merildar. We'll fly to there. And we'll transport to there and we'll see who wins. I'll race myself. See who's going to win. I'm quite sure flying them there manually wins. But putting 2 on a flight path, 2 on the flight path and doing 2 manually gets 4 there at roughly the same time. You have a trick using the follower dungeons. Oh, using the priory. Teleport into the priory. Is that what we do? Teleport into the priory and then take the portal out. Does that then leave you in Hallowfall like super fast? Is that yeah, oh, that's clever. Yeah, that's smart. Let me get this one team here first, though, so I can, like, roughly see what the hell's going on. It's around here somewhere, isn't it? Here it is. Right, you stay there. Right, you're on the way. So we're saying... So you can go follower dungeons, Dawnbreaker. Can we enter this and then just walk out the portal? Go see you later. No, that puts me back in the Undermine. So how do you how does that work then? You speak with the NPC. Who am I speaking to? Huh? Up the stairs to the right. Can't go up that way. Captain someone or other. Or now that I've activated it, does it? Can't get up there. Her, the NPC, the one with the speech bubble? Wait, what? So confused. None of these NPCs seem to be interactable. General Steel Strike. You. Come here, you. Are you sure you would like to leave the instance? Yes. Huh. Interesting. Very clever. That gets you most of the way quite quickly. Interesting. That's clever, that. Hang on. Let me regroup stuff up. It's all gone a bit wonky donkey. Why is it giving me roll? Oh. Oh god, I've scuffed this whole thing. There we go. Let's get you to the event. I left this a little bit too late, but this might be the opportunity to get a few teams out here all the same.
A mighty adversary has taken the field. Get in there, soldier!
I didn't mean queuing, I meant the path, like with the +10 teleport. Yeah, I don't have +10 teleports. I don't have those. I don't do Mythic Plus. So what's the concept here? We just take the quests.
There is always hope if we choose to look for it.
You carry your torch, you light the city.
Yeet off. Make sure everybody's got all the quests. Personally, I think in your position, I would buy the +10 carry every season just to get the teleports. They're so useful. I don't move around all that much. Although, yeah, I kind of see your point. I have no interest in Mythic Plus, though. Like, even to buy a boost makes me feel a little bit sick inside for them. So, are we saying that, like, around here somewhere is a smart spot to just be? And more important than that, maybe this is a smart spot to then ungroup and be on up to 5 different shards. So I can kind of now assess the situation from a few places. Annoyingly, my friend is on the same server. We're not perfectly distributed. 53, 132, 968, 989, 968. Yeah. What are you? Ah, stupid pussycat. I ain't got buttons on my bars or nothing. Oops. But in theory, I think I'm too far away, aren't I? I can see, I can see others lurking over there. Hang on. Now the cat ran away. Switch to the shard with the greatest progress, and then after the boss dies, quickly loot it. See where he's still up. Okay. That said, I seem to all mostly be on the 80 summon, 60 summon, 93, 93, 93. Right, these ones are 100%. One of my dudes is nearly dead. Didn't plan for that. So maybe this is not necessarily the most ideal spot to lurk and chill out in. So there's not a boss up anywhere yet. I guess that's kind of what we're looking for, right? We're looking for a shard that's got the boss up to tag. Contributing is worth it too for the extra boxes. The hill on the right is quote-unquote safe. Probably where everybody else is, right? Probably the one spot with absolutely everybody else. Okay. "42, 17, 17, 16, 14, champions, flame burns forever." So these realms are slightly ahead. So now we tag a boss, right? Do all of them need to tag? That might mean that setting up some buttons on my bars might not have been a terrible idea. This was all a little bit of a rushed effort. I don't even have a spec selected. Okay. Whoops. Should have maybe done a little bit of this ahead of time. Right, get in there. Get in there. Right, you've tagged. Move the fuck away. You've tagged. You've all tagged. Do we gotta wait for him to die on this shard? Is that the play? Wait for him to die on this shard and then loot up. And then try and hop. Hoppity hops. Stay close for the quick looting. I will fix their loot, 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 loot.
Victory!
Now we hop out, and this team is rocking and rolling. In we go. Get the tag. 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 My poor PC is absolutely going to flip and melt doing this. What is my task manager saying right now? Woo! 100% CPU usage. It's the first time my PC's been stress tested like this, I think. It's rocking right now. Absolutely blasting. Right. I think my computer's going to get pretty hot. Any more for any more? Okay. No, that's everybody done. Everybody done. If you're not using 100% CPU, you're not getting value for money. You paid for it, you might as well use it. Yeah, and the electricity costs. That was a nice little stress test, to be fair, for my computer. The fact that we were streaming as well and it didn't flinch is good to know. Stop getting eaten. Right, we get some war chests, which gives us some bonus stuff as well. Good for resonance crystals. Bit of raw gold. Don't mind if I do. Bit more crystals. Yeah, there's definitely value to get in some stuff, some dudes here, isn't there? So, what were we saying? Where's the safe spot? This seems like a relatively safe vantage spot, doesn't it? The quote-unquote safe spot may change, but this also turned out to not be the most optimized team, as we only got 2 boss kills on this setup, but interestingly, I think we can probably work with that still. We can work with that. Second hill on the right. Okay. I'm going to assume this high one is a good spot. What did we get then? Is it random gear that you get from this? Honestly, I just need it for a bit of item level more than that. A two-handed Agi staff. Your auto attacks do an additional shadow damage. Okay, it's all kind of a bit wacky doolally stuff. Now is actually a good opportunity to do this. And then... So we press this, and do we press import? What button do we press now? Are you sure? Okay. That's good enough. Other than it is missing. It is missing my guild bank button, which becomes important. So that needs adjusting, because we need you down here. Why multi-box the event? Very, very large quantities of warbound gear quickly and easily for just kind of passively leveling up a few of these new level 80s we've got. Can I then... I've never figured out this flipping my slot add-on particularly. Save the... Does this save the current build? And then we Is that going to do it with the... You're not a hunter. You're a hunter. Okay. Now I need one for paladins. Have I done one for paladins? Level 10, level 80 ret default. Okay, that has the same problem once again. It's missing one of the buttons. So let's put you down here. Then go back into my slot. Save the current profile. Export. To here. Oh, we're going to need to pick specs and stuff first. Okay, please hold. I'm getting to grips with this. I don't learn shit fast. The end purpose is to have more rare killers. Well, the end purpose really is just have level 80s that have at least some gear that they can do stuff, right? It doesn't need to, like, be that they end up being, like, rare killers. They don't have a purpose, but just so that they're not running around looking like this, you know? That they're... Yeah, they're not dumb level stupid. Right, you're done. Oh no, wait, what? Why does it change when I press the export button? Okay. Okay, that works. Right, that should mean we can get all the bars, the buttons, everything on these dudes sort of right properly-ish, maybe. I'm hacking this together as we go along. So yeah, it will in essence mean that we can slowly get some better gear on these dudes. Because at the moment they're running around looking pretty pathetic. Random ass wand. Why would I be getting a wand? Why did I get a wand? Of all things. I'm never going to want those. Is the loot pool random then? Or was it just because for some stupid reason it gave me random gear because I might not have had... loot specialization because they dinged level 80 without picking a spec. I don't play clothies, but my clothies I do have are really geared now. Yeah. I distribute all the gear you get first to priority characters, then use the token for slots that you still need upgrading. So, hang on, now these dudes have... So then the weekly quest for these dudes, you turn it in over here, don't you? Flame burns eternal. That's the weekly quest, isn't it? Random Radiant Service Satchel, which gives you another emblem, which allows you to then... Who do you spend the emblems with? This dude? Yeah. And then this stuff is... Yeah, so they each get an emblem, so every character gets a 636 piece of gear, of which it makes a lot of sense for them to get weapons. But these are bind on pickup. These aren't warbound.
Belladar shift in your favor.
I support our army with the finest blades.
So me service medal. Probably going to get a weapon on everybody. 636 weapon. Why would I not get a weapon on everybody? Wonder if it's worth you doing LFR for the cartel chips? Absolutely never. Absolutely never. Not a chance. Like I said, these guys don't need gear. They just need something that brings them up to, you know, the war within content.
The shadows don't
Like I said,
stand
I'm
a
not trying to
chance against
gear them
my
particularly.
blades.
I'm just bringing them from a negative number to a 0. Two-handed claymore. Oh, okay. Oh, that'll do. You have to be 606 to queue for LFR. Yeah, that's not happening anytime soon. If I can get these dudes 500 plus, it will be considered a benefit. Yeah, level 80 with a item level 16 two-handed weapon. Yeah, it's this is the oh my god, the flipping weapons look cool. Holy. This is the downside of boosting your own tunes. They end up with like negative gear. And then every 30 weathered crests is another 629 piece of gear. Since these are fresh alts, you can go grab a bunch of crests from the quartermasters in every zone. I actually did a bunch of that actually to gain guild reputation, so there's a good chance that these dudes are running around with a bunch of crests anyway. What was it? 30 weathered crests is a 629 piece of gear. Is that straight from a vendor? What's that? Or do you mean crafting it? If it's crafting, I'm not going to bother. It's far too much like hard work to do on 80 tunes. Oh, it's the crafted stuff. Oh, I'm not going to bother then. If you just turned off scrap for a day, you'd get more than enough 610 bind on account gear too. Ooh, that's also true. If I didn't just insta-vendor it all. I think I've had this discussion before, haven't I? I went by the theory that insta-vendoring it and then just buying some basic gear off the auction house whenever I needed it was still probably profitable and less hard work doing it. I remember somebody saying I sell it now and buy it back later. Yeah, exactly that. Yeah. But free is free. You know, the concept is I can leave a team here that just does the Nightfall event once an hour and gets a few kills and a few bits of gear, and free is free. And there's, you know, no harm, no foul. My main dude actually though needs to not be here. I don't, because I'm already using my main dude for somebody else. I'll just designate another dude. 600 item level gears, about 100 gold each on the auction house. Yeah, exactly. This is it. This is kind of the concept. If I'm honest, this is probably more useful for like chipping away at like resonance crystals and stuff as well, more than anything else. 350 Valor Stones for a champion piece of gear. Also, if you have any of the Siren Iron currency, Flame Blessed Iron, that's 584 gear. Yeah, it's all wall-bound stuff that you get from this. So, like, each of these dudes equipped most of it, to be fair, but some 626 wall-bound gear. It's just a once-an-hour, quick and easy piece of gear, really. So let's... oh, hang on, we're not all grouped up. Let's put these dudes back on their rock. And I will also then bring somebody out here that can just be here. Undercoin gear is how I filled out my alts. I think undercoins are more precious to me in undercoin form. Undercoins. 48,000 undercoins needed to buy everything I don't have. I've got 30,000 undercoins right now. So I still need 18,000 undercoins. Undercoins got reset from one season to another, didn't they? Oh yeah, and all last season stuff got turned into using resonance crystals. $514,000 resonance crystals needed. $514,000 of the damn things, and I have 129,000. This is where we need to do the... I need to make sure every character also has the disc 100 token disc quest thing. What is it? I swear I got some progress towards it. Did I dream that? Yeah, the Titan Artifacts one. Is that only some weeks? That must be only some weeks. Okay. I thought that was an every week thing. Maybe it's not. Right, what can we get from here then that we don't already have? We've got the pet. Are we just in the land of Mogs? Arsenal, Hallowfall. Unlock the customization option. What do I actually need all these undercoins for? Is there anything I actually really care about here? Or is it all just transmog stuff? Customizing the flipping mount that I have no real interest in using. The weaponry is probably a cool one to get. We'll have that. We'll have one of them. One of them. One of them. And one of them. All the things go burr. And that has got to be pretty aggressively ripperoni on the undercoins. Yeah. Estimated amount needed to obtain the remaining things, 28,000, and I apparently have 5,000. Overcharged delves might make that happen. If not, we'll buy them with resonance crystals. Nightfall Sanctum campsite. Huh. How do we get Freywold Spring then? The Earthen of Freywold are happy to host such renowned adventurers. Just clean up after yourselves. All that Kaz. All that Kaz. Leave no stones unturned by completing the Kazongar achievements below. Glyph Hunter and Lore Hunter. Do you plan on trying to get the Golden Goblin variant from the Underpin? Probably not, honestly. I know last season people were like, did you kill the big boss? Did you kill the big boss? And I couldn't be but no. I did all that cows this morning. It's pretty long. Glyph Hunter, the Ringing Deep Glyph Hunters, Ashgahet Glyph Hunters. I'm missing one. Okay. How can you not get something called the Golden Goblin when you're a Golden Goblin? God, it's just effort, isn't it? This was also something we were working on for a while. You shall not pass. And all I'm missing is the Ashgahet stuff. Oh, which is actually quite many. This is clearly going to be part of the end of expansion meta, so we have got to spend some more time doing this at some point. But this is why these dudes are all somewhat set up for thaumaturgy and prospecting and that sort of stuff. So these guys can be churning away, making some gold in the background while we piss around with achievements and stuff. That's more the theory. But anyway, these guys, I guess, are somewhat going to just live here now. For a little while at least. Yeah, for a little while these dudes can just live here. I need to get a main character over there though. Or maybe not a main character, just another character for account number 5. The Lore Hunter might take a little while depending on how much questing you've already done. Yeah, I've done most of that. I think I've pretty much done every quest in every zone, to be honest. So I don't think it's going to take too long. Why don't we just take one of these dudes out there who aren't really doing anything right now? Oh, all of the flipping orders scuffled. Luckily, this account wasn't in particularly too much of an order, other than sort of level order. Don't know why flipping Rip Frogs is all the way up there, though. Get it down there. Ranthius has a job to do. You don't really have a job to do. Go over there and be a 5th killer for the Nightfall event. Oh, my main account takes so long to load because there's so many add-ons on it. I really need to purge some add-ons, I think. These dudes around the edge don't take too long at all, but I've been deliberately trying to keep them at a tactfully small amount. Oh, these guys chug along. Right. I'll be back in 2 minutes, boys and girls. Okie dokie, where did we get to? Oh, this dude's nearly out there. Fine, good stuff. Somebody at Blizzard must have been so impressed with that add-on profiling thing, not realising it's probably useless to 99% of the player base. Wait, what? What have I missed? I'm not even sure what you mean. Ew, look at this dude's bags. Why is he in a sky golem? What's going on? Some of my tunes are in a real shoddy state. Yeah, pick up all the quests. I don't know what all of these are. And then you can live over here where the rest of the dudes are chilling. In the quote-unquote safe spot. Right, you're good. Son of a... Oh, well just... Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. We're safe. The add-on profiling update that was supposed to help you identify add-ons that are causing a lot of CPU, i.e. the cause of many support tickets. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. That came in the last patch, didn't it? Yes. Yeah, that's, I think that probably has caused more headaches than it's solved. We'll try killing some rares in the Undermine. I need to do at least a basic pass of these today. I know it's Wednesday and I don't often do much rare killing on a Wednesday, but we can usually snag a few of the weeklies without too much pain. Yeah, I know that like all the things TSM, Zygor are probably my top 3, I would guess. Trade Skill Master, Zygor, all the things. Yeah, there we go. Average CPU usage 72%, peak CPU usage 106. I don't know how I can use 106% CPU. That's clever. But yeah, all the things Trade Skill Master, Zygor. Zygor takes an awful lot at the beginning and then disappears. It loads all of the guides. 8,659 guides it loads. Why Zygor feels the need to load all of the guides on login, I don't know. But once it's all logged in, once it's all settled, it's kind of chill. But it means we have like slideshow mode for 20 seconds. Download some extra CPU from the cloud, yeah. That's how it works. Right, here we go. We can see this already. Like, literally nobody up. Nobody ready to be killed. Nobody wants pew-pew in. Nitro. Bring him a bit further back here. Let the guards finish him off. Actually, today I might spend a little bit more time doing some of these checklists, you know. Because in theory I could do a checklist on every team. I need to find a task and stick to it, don't I? I'm kind of bouncing a little bit all over the place at the moment. How am I still getting Titan disk fragments then? Oh, this is the main big weekly one. So I can technically still pick that up on all of these dudes. I just can't get it from the journal thing. and it's not shareable. That means they all have to go back to get it. Didn't finish or hand it in from last time. It was up. No, because it's got the pinnacle. This is... Oh, that could also be a thing. Is this not a quest option from the choice of 4? Maybe. Is maybe that where I got it from? Oh, I don't know. I'm confusing myself. I'm clearly getting hungry. I'm scatterbrained right now. I'm all over the place. We need to lock in. We need to focus. Like this demon hunter with his eye beam that did too many dots. This is what I mean. If you don't land right on top of the rare when you spot it, you sometimes just completely miss it on a Wednesday. When you're 80, there's so much stuff in the journal that most of the time it it's not suggested, but sometimes it's there. Yeah, this is the thing. Maybe I need to like purge the quest log on some of these dudes a little bit. Junk wall's up if I want to go get junk wall potentially. Let's do a little lap, see what we can get.
The best place ever.
Claims junk wall's up, so if we can get it, we'll get it. Is everybody here? Should probably follow your previous rule and do other non-rare content. Visions are waiting. My other previous rule. I have too many rules these days that I don't follow half of them. Genuinely. Hey, a Mechanica. Oh, well, at least that's one of the weeklies.
What's the damage?
Slugger is technically up on this dude from here. Don't have to move if we can get there fast enough before he dies. It's weird. It's been probably... Would I say I think it's probably been BFA since the last time I did any sort of like substantial multi-account play. And I'd forgot just how much like nitty-gritty little things, like when you try and do it on a bunch of characters, how even something as simple as going and picking up a weekly quest from a capital city, when you contemplate what you need to do to then do it on 5 characters and then multiply that by another 20 if you want to do it on all of the characters, it becomes a monumental task. And this is where the scale of this is probably getting a little bit over the top.
What's shaking, pal?
The Flyboy is not up anywhere. Let's go check what's going on down south. See if we can snag a VV or a Candy kill or even a Chief kill if it happens to be there. Candy's up. Candy and VV. I like when both of these are up because if you're clever, you tag Candy You go tag Vivi, and then you kill him in the middle. Literal definition of 2 rares, 1 stone. Right, curiosity. We completed the 100. Where did it go? Turn to the vault of memory. I'll go do that in a minute. Curiosity's getting the better of me. Any of the chiefs up? No chiefs.
You looking for trouble?
No chiefs. Vault strike. No.
What?
These guys get to go home. We go hand that quest in. Pick up the weekly from the adventure guide. Suggested content saves a lot of time. Yeah, I looked for it a minute ago and I didn't see it. Which is what's ever so slightly confusing me. But as mentioned, it might very well be the fact that I've just got way too much shit in my suggested tab for it to show everything. Which might be why these fresh level 80s aren't getting it. Wait, what? Yeah, not only there's like 1600 gold in it. By the time you do that across 80 characters, that's 150k. So the quest exists. Oh, wait, hang on. This dude has got 70 out of 100. Oh, wait. Did I maybe already have it on these dudes? And just from last week and hadn't... Oh, Lord, I have no clue what's going on. I'm losing my mind. It would also take you hours and expose you to a bunch of reports. Yes, like running around in a team of 5 too much has its inherent risks these days. I tend to do 2 characters at a time at best anyway. Sometimes you get the high roll 16k. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I forgot there was that bonus. There was the you could crit chance. The yeah, I forgot that was a thing. So let's check what these guys have got then. So, do these have anything in their adventure guide for that one? The Archives first disc. Okay, maybe this is the Meet the dude in there. Okay, so these dudes still must not have ever... No, oh, adventure guide, suggested content. What's the flipping button for this? Shift J. No.
These rats are stinking up the streets and chewing holes in everything. I want them gone.
Light these dudes up and over. So apparently they can get the quest this week. Maybe it's just my other alt had so much in the log that they didn't have access to it properly for some reason.
All these discs are cracked or broken. We'll need more disc fragments if we're to get anything useful out of this machine.
I suppose that's where our friend comes in.
Right, now it's got the quest for 100 disc fragments, okay. Is there anything else I need to do in the capital city on these dudes that's worth just getting out of the way? Clear the quest log a little bit. The whole get rid of the campaign level skip thing is worth probably taking, isn't it? Right, 100 fragments, 100 fragments, 100 fragments, 100 fragments. Good. Yeah, a little bit of, now that all these dudes are level 80 and they're going to be in this form for quite some time, it might not be a terrible idea to spend an afternoon chipping away at some of this like random busy work. Setting up their keybinds, setting up their bars, that sort of stuff, you know. Getting some of these basic quests out of the way. Just so that when we want to do something like do a weekly quest 80 times, we don't have to do too much messing around. You know what I mean? Like silly things like going through, making sure they've got a spec, making sure they've got a build, making sure they've got buttons in the right place. And that's still stolen my mobile banking button. I've also just realised pressing all of these buttons has to be a thing as well. I don't care, just press the buttons. So it doesn't have a flash up at the bottom every time. Haha, the flipping... My mouse lock button is hidden by my Mechanica button. Boom. Somebody's going to tell me in a minute there's an add-on that does all of this for you as well, but... Right, so what we got showing up on the mini-map in here, I'm pretty sure the skip campaign quest is worth doing,
Inquiring
which is
minds
this one.
just got to know.
Skip the level up campaign, yes.
Keep your eyes on the horizon.
Probably set the Hearthstone and Undermine for now. I do, yeah, they've all got their Hearthstone to the hotel. My slot has a section which holds the talent export. You can copy it from there and import it for each class. I don't think it works for hero talents though. Oh, okay. Talents, no add-on needed. Just use the built-in share option. Although improved talent loadouts is handy for the same account. Just copy the data to each. Yeah, that's probably also smart, yeah. I'm not sure if this is really going to be that important or necessary, but it feels like having all of the characters with the campaign finished is got to be of an advantage somewhere somehow. So what's their quest log looking like right now? This one is one we want to do. Dragon Isle ship. Can we just abandon all of this? No, there's a reason why I've kept that. The Dragon Isles awaits is quite clever because this gives you a second Hearthstone to Ogrimmar. Keeping this quest around has actually got value to me. It gives me a bonus Hearthstone to Ogrimmar. Hallowfall quest, sure, and then an allied race one. Okay. I'll just pick the starter build and it fills it in. I don't think that works for hero talents. Yeah, I've noticed that. I've just been selecting the starter build and it doesn't do the hero talents, which is annoying, which means I've got this permanent little pop-up in the corner saying, you haven't selected your hero talents. I don't care what they are, I just want them selected. Okay, they've got their Titan disc fragment business now. Right, back to the hotel with you. I hate the starter build. Oh yeah, it's probably not great, but... Oh, Hallowfall boss soon if you want to switch. 80% progress. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that, didn't I? I was meant to be doing that on the hour every hour. Whoops. Good call. Good call. It's probably dead by now, isn't it? By the time I log in. Why did you not invite everybody? Oh, he does a cheeky little knockback anyway, doesn't he? Alright, fine. And I hate the current talent system, period. I'm very indifferent to it, to be honest. I quite often get stick for just using the basic default talent build, but it's far too much like hard work to start. Far too much like hard work to start trying to figuring everything out. Loot, 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 loot. Any more for any more? No. Oh, no, I did somehow... What happened here? Right, what do they get? Nada, nada. Doesn't want to open. Yeah, in theory, I should just funnel all of this gear through onto the same dude, shouldn't I? But for as long as this team itself needs it, they get it. Supply themselves first. A random ass shield. Oh, that's so bad. Okay, log these dudes out. Bit of daily Pedro action. Exactly. Where is Jack? This song usually... Yeah, his summon song is on. I don't know. He's probably scared by the fact the TV's off again. Thanks for the Hallow Fall call out though. Just logged in, managed to tag the boss, get me some Warbound gear. GG. GG. Right, that said, boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there for a little bit. I might throw the stream up again this evening. It is Wednesday. I like to do a double stream on a Wednesday. The wife is away on a work trip today, though, so I have a few more things to do personally around the house. So we'll see. We'll see. Failing that... I was about to say, failing that, we'll be back tomorrow, but actually, there is no stream tomorrow. Both I and... this thing here, who is fast asleep upside down right now, you can't really see. This one has the dentist tomorrow. She's looking pretty chill right now. Not exactly what we'd call ladylike, mind, but she's chill all the same. We both have dentist trips tomorrow. So there's no stream tomorrow. So if I don't see you this evening, I'll see you Friday. So have a wonderful rest of your reset day, Team EU. I might catch you this evening. I'm leaving it open, a little bit of a 50-50. It might happen, it might not. We'll see. Same, yeah, same dentist. Yeah. One's got the 11 o'clock, one's got the 11:30. Yeah. But yes. enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for stopping by. I do appreciate it very much, boys and girls. All the likes, the follows, the bits, the subs, all of the good stuff. Thank you, and I'll see you all next time. Have a good one. Peace.